Alright. So, I am trying this again, but I did look at, what was suggested about, you know, how to beat this. And it seems that, anything that is more... any team that is pretty much, status focus is probably the best way to go. So, with the exception of those two. Okay. Okay. So, what I'll do then is
연료는 잔뜩 준.
이번엔 어떤 실험인가요?
시험에
함께하죠.
불꽃
일이라
지위를 받는
이번 의뢰는 몇 발이나 들고 가야 하냐?
Alright, let's try
제가 앞에
this.
서죠.
And from what I saw in the changelog, it seems there's only one change for a hard mode for this fight.
무엇이든 맞출 수 있는 탄원이니 말입니다.
調子が悪くなっているみたいです。 There we go.
완벽한 결과를 위해
So yeah, I'm going for burn. And I could go for bleed, but
囚人の皆さんの状態を確認する必要がありそうです。管理人。
당신의 판단을 따를게요.
There we go. Go. Why? Good enough. Bruh.
Limbus カンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Favored. Neutral favored. Opposed. Okay.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
일발 장전. 낙인 새겨드리죠.
Give him burn. Oh. Frozen. Of course. Oh. Come on. You song.
囚人に致命傷を確認。至急対処お願いします。
못마땅하군.
This is why I had him friggin'. Whatever. Known as at risk of is that again? Sure. All neutral. I'm dominating. I'm dominating. Save hard. There we go. And you... Oh, you go there then.
조여목구를 달고 볼까?
내 탄원이 향하는 곳은 언제나 같다. 필연적으로 조금의 우연도 없이.
걷잡을 수 없이 타올라라.
이번에야말로
皆さん
이
戦
싸움을
闘の準備を
끝내주겠어.
This reminds me that there's also that one possibility of using Ishmael's new ego against this guy.
조여목구를 달고 볼까?
Inflict more burn. Yeah. What?
격발.
이래서
Otis. Why?
상처는 찢었으니까.
Half the party is staggered. Of course it is.
조여목구를 달고 볼까?
Okay. As long as Faust lives, I don't care.
일발장전.
Okay. Faust survived.
カンパニーの皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
There we go. Yeah! Phase 2 already! Let's go!
ただならぬ気
Now.
配を感じます。
Since I can't do shit, might as well just go full damage. Except for you. You could probably try and do that. And you could probably try and do that.
조여먹구를
Go.
달궈볼까?
Oh. I mean,
걱정만
Faust
끼치게
did
되는
live.
꼴인데.
Faust evaded.
適した攻撃でなくても
일발장장.
最善の選択だったはずです。
Faust did evade. Faust lived. Hey, you did that one.
해결됐잖아?
Otisu, you can't fail.
무엇이든 맞출 수 있는
There we
타노니와
go.
が優勢です。状況を
Okay.
今一度把握し
I
な
think I
さ
got it in the bag now. Okay, good. Hopeless. 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 Go Otisu! You will be a sacrifice for us all. Because I'm pretty sure that it's going to end up, not great. But whatever. One. Struggling. Hopeless. Neutral. Neutral. Struggling. Stable. There we go.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
Gregor, you are a great sacrifice too.
낭망한 마음은 검게
Go
타느라
Otis!
사라지지도 않는
You've got this!
그저 시리도록 범람할 뿐.
벌써 만나러 가는가? 이러지.
There we go. Nah, yes. Alright. I'm out of rounds. The lamp's almost out too. We're holding him back for now, but we won't last much longer. No BS. I can last. The lighthouse, not so much. What difference does that make? Sinners were reeling from the battle against this enemy, who is more like a force of nature than human. Without giving us much time to breathe, the knight fixes the spear and begins charging at us again. It didn't take very long for the severity of the situation to dawn as I quickly began to rack my head with a desperate wish. What can I do? What can I do here? That's when, through the mist, the black space begins to envelop my vision once again. Like, this is just like... And from the dark, light shines again. I reach out toward it and see, unlike in the earlier phenomenon, which focused entirely and powerfully on Scotty, a single individual. What I saw this time was an unfamiliar place called Casimir's. This place was filled to the brim with things that Don Quixote would lose her mind over, like knights and their countess fans, an arena in which to test one's mettle. But the one in Amiya's thoughts sits far from all of that glory in a very mundane-looking office. He wears a well-kept set of clothing, while his eyes are, with a slight squint, focused on reading the newspaper. The man looked more like an office worker than a knight, but the most radiant part of that scene was a banner hanging on the wall, and a sword. Don Quixote was the first sinner who came to mind. Can she, our ardent admirer of knights and pursuer of glory, spend that energy from his sword as her own? Wait, no, he's different. I need someone who doesn't pursue glory. Someone who can handle their own tarnished glory. A sinner who can detachedly wield the entirety of their bygone honor is... Gregor! Yeah, I figured that. Yes, there's just one. I'll trust you, Gregor. Use this ego to hew into the knight's charge. Split the waves. Use the light to split the waves, huh? I hear you, Manager Bud. Let's do this. Oh! I mean, I've already used it before, so...
이 검은, 이 명예는,
Oh,
이 영광은.
this is even better than before. Although I didn't really
이빨이지.
pay that close attention. The incandescent golden blades of light surge forth, cleaving through the darkness of the sea. The knight withstands and parries each of those lights away, but he comes to a stop when the last of the golden radiance cuts across the sea and looks in our direction as if to admire it. And finally, the lighthouse that makes a low, resonant creaking noise before firing a bright light toward the ocean horizon. Mayers has completed the repairs. Oh! The light returns to its house once more! Silence all. Mayers is saying something. Like Otis said, Mayers was peeking out of the window and shouting something at us. Vessel Masas is still near the shores, somewhere in the coastal sea, moored somewhere by the beach, somewhere quite a bit of distance away from the village coast. Confirmed. I'll radio Dr. Kelsit immediately. Phew, that's all well and good, but what about that monster? Yeah, what if it charges at the lighthouse again and destroys it? I heard it talk during our battle, but I don't think that creature is capable of actually communicating with them. This'll be a problem. Don Quixote? Wait, don't get too close to it. It's too dangerous. But before we could stop her, Don Quixote had already approached as close as she could to the seaboard, her eyes twinkling. She takes a brief moment to admire the knight and his seat, before asking in an energetic tone, "O mighty knight, what is the name of thy noble steed?" Ushanant? What? What? Wait, she can communicate with him? Oh, 'tis quite the coincidence then. My noble steed is also named Roshanat. One who is not a comrade. They are a seed, you say. Forsooth, a seed most fine indeed. Hath served me well over countless adventures of mine, despite its appearance. Yet I must inquire thee, noble knight, wherefore dost thou strike this lighthouse so? Ishar la. It was not the waves. The waves are darker, more raucous. Perchance there was a tad inconvenient and misunderstanding here then. Good night. I and my compatriots are now embarking upon an adventure most important, yet with thy obstruction we are unable to do so. Prithee, wilt thou return to whence thou came? Don Quixote regarded the knight with a stance that was at once courteous and brave. And the knight and his steed Roshanat stared wordlessly back at Don Quixote. I wasn't sure if she managed to get through to the knight, or if the knight just lost interest, but they both departed to the lighthouse, looking out to the far distance. So they really exist, seaborns who hope for something other than just survival. Such powerful seaborns lurk at sea. Are you alright, donkey? You should be thankful that it somehow yielded a positive outcome. When are you going to fix that habit of rushing forward without thinking it through? Him. Mine apologies. While Don Quixote returned the knight with that bizarre conversation, Amiya raised her voice happily as though she just received good news. What? Dr. Calcid, is that true? What's going on? The doctors managed to infiltrate the vessel Masas. They're already done cleaning up the decks and are now waiting for the rest of us to arrive. But it's been hardly 10 minutes since the lighthouse came on. The doctor's an excellent strategist. And based on what Dr. Kelsey told us, I think they already had some plans in motion before we activated the lighthouse. Great. Let's return to Scotty and join them. We returned to the raft and explained what had transpired. Now, I did get it a little spoiled about what will be happening in a few more stages, but because this stage is not the only boss in this for an event, that's fine. I don't even know what the heck that boss is. So, Scotty listened to us quietly before replying in the exact same manner as she did before. Someone's going to have to stay behind. I'll stay. Go find the vessel Masas. You're going to refuse again if we offer help, aren't you? Yes. Then I'll see you after we retrieve the vessel Masas. Let the doctor know what happened here. What an oddball.
관리자님이 명하는 것이라면 탄환은 어디든 무엇이든 누구든 관통해냅니다.
And of course she did most of the friggin' damage. I mean, most of the Fair enough. Onwards! Here's Sage. Fuck it. Continue with the, burn.
잡지 않도록 최선을 다할게요.
This is the doctor, researcher at Rhodes Island. Nice to meet you. When after everything we went through, finally had the chance to meet the doctor at Rhodes Island, I realized that I had been building a vastly different image of them in my mind based on the name alone. There's us if we were playing Arknights. But of course this is not really... This is never going to be mentioned in Arknights because, well, it's a different story. It is, yeah. I mean, we'll learn about Iberia, we'll learn about Irene, we'll learn about Rhodes Island, we'll learn about the profound silence, and so on and so forth. If I continue Arknights, I will at some point. Just not now. I was thinking they were going to be someone like Yisong, Faust, or Hohenheim from LCE, but the first impression of them was similar to what I felt when I met a K-Corp employee. The clock just ticked. And this is Dante, a manager at the Limbus company. That ticking just now was nice to meet you. Okay. Thanks for accompanying Gamia. Honestly, I was pretty worried when we were separated at the border. I should thank you and Gamia, actually. We would have been in a real pickle without her, so... It's a bit embarrassing to repeat that myself. Dante says that we would have been in a real pickle without Miss Amiya. Sorry, Manager, but can't talk human, so don't worry about it. We'll take over the translation. It's incorrect to state that Manager cannot talk human. Thank you, Mersal. A more accurate assessment would state that the Manager is incapable of accessing sonic means of communication, which includes verbal communication. However, they are able to produce a repetition of multiple sounds that may register on a similar scale to the ticking of multiple hands, second hands, minute hands of a clock. I don't know, something about the way Mersal put it sounds worse. Don't worry, it is not a difficult task when only a single individual has to be translated. Doctor, let us move on to the next steps of the plan. I mean, she's not wrong. Yeah. Next steps. Thanks to the Limbus company's efforts, we obtained the exact coordinates of the vessel Masas and managed to capture the decks with ease. However, Fabius, who is suspected to be a bishop of the deep, and his followers have barricaded themselves inside the bridge's control room. While it may seem as though they're hiding, I believe they're trying to bait us. As in, they're waiting for us to enter the bridge before summoning reinforcements from elsewhere to trap us in a pincer attack. Something like that. The elsewhere is most likely to be the sea, as their reinforcements are Primor seafarers. Fabius is a seaborn, and the ocean will answer to the call of their kind. Limbus Company and Irene will head to the bridge and neutralize Fabius. Amiya and I will accompany you to provide support and identify the situation within the bridge. In the meantime, Calcit and the other operators will remain on standby on the ship's exterior at the pre-designated locations. I'd like to avoid getting stranded by sea terrors before we manage to take down the Church of the Deep within the bridge. I observed several entry points leading straight to the bridge while we were working on repairing the vessel. Your force doesn't seem numerous enough to close off all of them. It's true that there are many entry points here, but we don't need forces guarding every single one of them. Especially here, the hallway is narrow, long, and straight, so makes sense to me. How about here? Are you sure you're not overly focusing your forces to a single checkpoint? Let's see. But on closer look, looks like Commanding Officer Otis is finally in her environment. Got any questions, Manager Bud? I have no idea what they're talking about, if I'm being honest. I kinda do, yeah. Really? I saw you commanding these sinners earlier. You seem pretty adept at giving orders and making strategic decisions. Indeed, they seem quite adept at making on-the-spot strategic commands and identifying exploitable weaknesses and patterns in their enemies. However, the Doctor and the Outsider are operating on fundamentally different fields. No further elaboration is necessary. True. They are. Agreed. That particular aspect of strategizing is not one of Manager Dante's obligations. Even if there is a chance for them to engage in such elements, it may be too early to do so. Too early? Well, are you saying that there might be in the future? That there might be Arknights gameplay in Limbus? Well, kind of. Arknights-like gameplay in Limbus at some point? Is that so? It is. At least that is what Faust has judged. What are they all about? I was about to ask that myself. I don't know. I have no idea. Having finished her discussion with the Doctor over the plan, Otis returned wearing a grim look. Huh? Is there something wrong with the plan? No, there wasn't anything wrong with the plan. I expected a certain degree of competency, but they were impressive, far beyond my expectations. Really, that good, huh? Even when I think back to my days in the line of duty, I can't think of too many like them. Right, so they're dependable. Good enough for me. If your strategizing's done, let's get cracking. What of you, Miss Mayers? If it is too much to face what awaits, then you need not follow us. I decided to stay here anyway. The Doctor is going to update you in real time on where the safe zones are, so please keep that communicator close to you. I will. Hey, if Gramps... you can see where the tracking loses my face for a moment or two. Ha! Is there something you would like us to do? No, it's nothing. Is there something you want to tell me? Contact us through the communicator at any time. We're going to find a way to resolve this as peacefully as we can, but if the negotiations break down... Yeah, I know what you mean, Doctor. Be safe, everyone. Leaving Mayers behind with her unfinished sentence. We followed the Rhodes Island team into the bridge. The bridge was as gaudily decorated as ever. Fabius, flanked by a hood of followers and sea-terrors, greeted us with a kindly smile. Welcome. I truly did appreciate thy kindness. Wherefore didst thou seek to harm us? Your suspicions are certainly justified, but I implore you to think back. If you truly believed that we had sought to harm you then, well, how would you explain that one peaceful night you had spent in Faro Muerto? We have never wished you any harm. We did not then, and we do not now. Not even a day after you folks stabbed us in the back like cowards, and you want us to believe that. Our wish has always been the same. We only wish to extend the freedom to roam the seas to those with capable, kind-hearted souls. Mate, we know you were just trying to turn us into sea monsters of some kind. Monster is only a name. The essence of its being changes, not regardless of the label given to it. essence of its being changes not, regardless of the label given to it. Okay. Become one with the sea, become one with the endless cycle of life. And one day, your misunderstandings will end, and you will come to understand us. Looks like this fight between us is going to be unavoidable. I pulled out the identity cards the moment I saw Fabius raising his hand. The doctors seem to have finished their preparations as well, as they and Amia stood opposite Fabius. Incoming. Get ready, everyone. Let's stop them here for good, no matter how long it takes. Their strategic formation prioritized reducing sacrifices to the absolute minimum. Their commands sought to protect, sought to defend, and their forces were quick to follow them. White Island's operation was certainly impressive, but that's not exactly our style. All I can do is put my faith in the sinners and push them onward. Our style is, trust me to bring you back, no matter how many times they cut you down. Let's wipe them out. Yeah! Alright!
본부에서 전파할게. 지금부터 제압 임무를 시작할 거야.
Avoid
언제나 하는 일이지만
avoid
항상
attacking that guy.
꼼꼼하게
For now.
최선을 다할 거라고 믿어.
일발장장. 끝내. 전수하리.
원더풀한 선택이었어, 나리! 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군! 야! 마무리!
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요.
낙인을
참 조치였습니다.
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 그대로 두드려 패.
제압 효과가 굉장히 좋았어.
괜찮아.
기록적인 힐링인 것 같아.
평소에도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까?
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
제압 개체에게 맞는 정상적인 공격이야. 잘했어.
티페리트, 당연한 걸 한 것 가지고 굳이 칭찬할 필요 없어.
Don Quixote, why? Oh no. Sheesh.
이번에야말로 이 싸움을 끝내주겠어.
There we go.
단번에 끝낸다.
오티스와이.
이 결투 본인의
There we
승리.
go.
그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 이 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답하다.
빛의 힘이 저 어둡고 악한 아르카나들을 뒤흔들었어. 이대로면 승리도 시간 문제겠지?
형태 붕괴 확인. 괜히 저항하지 말고 받아들여. 그게 덜 아플까?
여관에 가면 또 한참을 떠드시겠네. 바리에게 해줄 이야기가 또 늘었군요.
There we go.
단번에 끝낸다. 이 결투.
예사롭지가 않은데? 아주 작살을 내놨어.
역시 니놈 말대로 어떤 사람이라도 맞출 수 있는 마법의 탄원이로군.
망설이면 나아갈 수 없어.
뭐야 이 수치는? 아까 어떤 직원이 제압 개체에 한 번에 입힌 피해량이야.
Okay.
잠깐, 진짜? 왜 부서팀장을 안 달아줬지?
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
Don Quixote! God dang Don Quixote.
격발. 안심해라.
Nice!
고통은 없어.
전부 불타버렸나.
망설이지 말고.
방금 전에 위대한 일감을
nice.
기억하는 중이라네. 이따가 버스에서 회고해야 하지 않겠는가?
Oppress.
여전히 무섭고 겁이 나. 그럼에도
Yeah.
멈추고 싶지 않아.
Good. Good.
거지 같은 놈들. 타오르시게.
안심해라.
Wait. Isn't that?
아른거리는 불길 속으로.
The nuke. There went fast. Whoops. Huh.
단번에 끝낸다. 차! 차! 하!
You smile. Okay. I was gonna say. There we go.
두려움을 모르는 건 나쁘지 않습니다만 또 무식하게 돌격하실 거라면 전 빠지겠습니다. 조여 먹구를 달궈 볼까? 괜히 저항하지 말고 받아들여. 그게 덜 아플걸? 아?
남길 말은 없겠지.
일발장장.
잘 됐네. 이제 제압 작업을 하기 더 수월해지겠어. 기회를 놓치는 바보 같은 짓은 하지 않겠지?
There we go.
완벽한 한 발을 위해.
달리자 로신한테 꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고!
동화 하나 읽어줄까?
봐, 어렵지 않지? 이미 관찰 기록에 있는 유형대로만 공격하면 되잖아.
들어지게.
관찰 기록을 잘 읽은 것 같네. 괜찮아. 훌륭했어. 이젠 안 아플 거야.
안심해라.
낙인을
통은 없어.
새겨드리죠. 자!
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
Oppress. Oppress. Struggling. Favored. Dominating. Oppress. Oppress.
단번에 끝낸다.
조금 더
Oh, nice.
과감하게.
격발.
약점을 잘 노리셨습니다. 이제 해결사의
Nice.
선택법도 익숙해지셨네요.
Oppress. Aww.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
Sheesh! Ooh, Don Quixote carrying! And then Gregor getting his ego off because fine.
있었어.
Ah, staggered! Haha, staggered him too. Nice. Oh, oh, nice! Coming in with this.
나라도 그랬을 거야.
There we go.
자, 악당 퇴치 성공.
I did it.
오늘도 정말 멋진 활약이었어. 내일도 꼭
Eh,
불러줄게.
but it's not over yet. They're pretty persistent. Fabius flees again, using sea terrors and his followers as meat shields. Wait, no, I see it now. It's not Fabius who's putting them in harm's way to save himself. The sea terrors and the cultists are throwing themselves in our way, entirely willing to sacrifice their lives to ensure that Fabius gets away. But for all that, the only place left for him to flee on the ship, wounded and cornered by the sinners in Irene's lamplight, was the decks. Now we're left to run, Fabius. I understand you can't help but continue to thrash and struggle to live, even knowing that there's no hope. But running will only make your pain worse. That's different. Fabi didn't run to live. Who? Who? A voice echoes from under the dark sky. Oh. Mares, appearing quite different from how she did a moment ago. She approaches Fabius slowly, her expression solemn and mournful. She looks down at him, wordlessly. I told you that your methods won't win their understanding, Fabi. Haha, what a shame. I thought those with such wisdom and aptitude would. I hoped you would still be able to realize your ideal here, even after I'd left. It will be realized. Fabius may die here, but we will remain. Now, it is time. Devour me. What Fabius blurted out threw us off once again. Even before we regained our footing from the shock of realizing the mayor's true allegiance. Eat people? Oh hell, looks like they're about to give us a live demonstration of some gourmet art. I heard it's a pretty common thing in the District 23 back streets, but I'd rather not see it in person. Hey, I think I'm just gonna look away. That's okay, right? Just what? Doctor, weaker seaborns willingly let themselves be devoured by stronger ones, thereby sharing their experiences and nutrients with them. This is a commonly accepted practice among them. It is but a behavior that prioritizes survival over all else. This isn't done in any sense of sacrifice. Time is here. Devour me. Set sail toward your ideal. Ideal? Sorry, Fabi. I've still got some canned food left for me on the ship, and I think I'll delay becoming a seaborn for a little while. Why? I found a new destination. I'll gain a new power from there, and then become a seaborn. So now is not yet the time, if that is your will, O Bishop. Don't worry, your flesh will fatten the bloodkin of the sea. Maris waves her hand and seafarers bound up to the vessel on the ship and begin tearing Fabius to pieces. Despite the way it looked, Fabius looked exhilarated, nary a look of suffering or pain wrinkling his face as they ripped his flesh apart. We turned away from the scene that could not be described as anything else other than cannibalism to look at Mares. Katsu, is she? Don't need to ask questions when the answer lies plainly before you, Doctor. What is happening? Wherefore did young Mares... It wasn't Fabius. Mares was the Bishop of the Deep. Yep. Yep. He said it right. He clearly said it too. Oh, there's only story here. Okay, onward. They played us. Don't despair. We still have the upper hand. We defeated Fabius and his cultists already. Even if they were to summon more sea-terrors, we should be able to handle them without much trouble. Hey, Ager. Just what were you thinking the entire time as you deceived us? I had a feeling I knew what she was going to say to that. She was either going to say that it was for our sake, that wasn't a deception at all, or maybe she would give us one final gloating. But her reply, the words of which were carefully selected after gazing out at the far ocean, was not what any of us could have expected. I'm sorry. I thought this would be the better way to approach you, but I see how it can come across as nothing more than deception. You're sorry? Why? Dante wants to know why you're sorry. Huh? Well, that's because I did something wrong. Wait, hold on. You've been deceiving us all along, Mares, and now you're gonna... Wait, what exactly are you after? You're after the same thing that the geezer was, ain't that right? Turn us into your bloodkins? That it was all for our sake, given all kinds of ridiculous excuses to turn us into one of those monsters? I do hope that you would all one day accept becoming seaborns. But I'm not about to demand that you let yourselves be transformed today, right here and now. I understand that we all need some time to mentally prepare ourselves. I understand your statement to be implying that you will not be forcing this upon us, should we refuse. That's correct. It'd be against the manners to do what Fabius did, shoving sea-terror cells inside your body out of nowhere. Manners, huh? Well, I was taken aback by the fact that Mares was a bishop of the deep. It was also true that Mares had never tried to bring us harm, unlike Fabius, who attacked the sinners directly. Oh, she did almost get us in big trouble with Irene while explaining things to us. It's also true that Mares has been extremely helpful so far. But it's her who led us to the lighthouse, and it was her who stayed in that crumbling lighthouse until the repairs were done, as that terrifying night continued to assail its walls. What was your actual relationship to Fabius, anyway? Just someone who also once strove to realize the visions of our ideal worlds. Our goals once converged, but not now. I was pretty taken aback too when they attacked you back at the village. Maybe he got greedy when he saw Faust and Otis repairing the ship. He got greedy? Fabius believed that welcoming capable people as Bloodkin would expedite Seaborn's evolution. Cool, so you're like some cult leader. You don't necessarily want to antagonize us. You still haven't told us what you're after, though. I'm going to the city that lies beyond the dimensional door. So you're trying to flee to a different world where the Inquisition won't be able to chase you? This isn't running away. I just want to help the people of the city, that's all. So I'm bringing the Seaborns with me to the city. Don't tell me. We're going to invade the city alongside those monsters, then. That's obviously not gonna happen. Then the foghorn suddenly blared, and the ship shook as it began to move. Whoa! Vessel Massas has begun to move. Is this an automated sailing program? The Vessel Massas will now sail toward the dimensional door. I'll let Rhodes Island and Irene go right in front of the door, so don't worry. Did you seriously just tell us to not worry? Faust, please calm yourself, Dante. It has not yet been determined if that is indeed the dimensional door connecting directly back to the city. No, it has to be. The warm, shining light and the voice from the within is getting clearer and clearer. Warm, shining light and the voice from within. Carmen! You fuck! Why don't we just let them into the city? The battles thus far have done well enough to demonstrate the level of danger Seaborns pose. I doubt they'll get very far, even if they were to enter the city, don't you agree? Knowing Yuan, we've all seen what happens when sapient, sentient, non-human entities enter the city. The head will take action the moment they realize their presence. Of course, we must prepare ourselves for repercussions in case they decide to hold Limbus Company responsible once the dust settles. And it is also very likely that we will fully escape any culpability, as we saw in the memories of the Kong massacre. Your thoughts, Faust? Urban nightmare. However, considering their specific attributes, it will not take long for them to rise to become a Star of the City level threat. There is a reasonable possibility that they may be issued the Imperitas Civitatis classification. Is that not an acceptable risk? If not the head, they should be manageable by a wing. This isn't that terrible of a calamity. But Calcid shook her head resolutely. No. Your technology seems to be based on something else, which is neither Originium arts nor any of its derived technology, and that is precisely what could make your world vulnerable against Seaborns. Is it because they learn fast? Yes. Those on the front lines of the war against Seaborns stubbornly stick to using traditional low-tech weapons. Deploying high-technology weapons against them is only going to make you an enticing meal. Can't we just let whichever unfortunate wing that ends up fighting these? Do take into account that it may take a significant amount of time to earn their trust. Even if they were to be convinced, there would be other parties with alternative perspectives on the matter, complicating issues. The situation will rapidly grow out of control if backstreet syndicates or fixers get involved, unless the head designates a taboo to prevent it. Even then, considering what she has been saying. Yes, we must consider the possibility that they may be capable of absorbing the head's technology as well, before they are expelled from the city. How do you plan on helping the people of the city, Mayors? By giving them a chance to become Seaborns. What are you on about? Become Seaborns? She ain't all there either, eh? What kind of help is that? Mayors, you know that's no different from what the Church of the Deep is doing here. No, it is different. Because someone showered the city with the light. The light. The beam of light from the White Nights and Dark Days incident. How do you... could it be? Becoming a Seaborn is to become a part of a great will called We Many. By doing so, one can be reborn as an altruistic life form, but at the cost of ego, the sense of self. And that's always been my issue with it. Everyone has beliefs of their own, dreams of their own. Feels too empty to lose all of that when they inevitably lose their sense of selves as they become Seaborns. Look, I want each Seaborn to have their own wishes, but the light shining through the dimensional door to our world is too faint to push them toward that evolution. If only the light of the city could become more tangible, it just might be able to give every Seaborn an identity of their own, to remain uniquely themselves. And why is it that you advocate toward those of the city to join the Seaborns, when one could simply learn more of the light after returning here? At first, I thought all I needed was a clue to a better evolution, but Don Quixote's tales of adventures changed my mind. Mine adventures? You don't understand just how precarious you all are. And how would you, when you were born into that kind of world? From the very start. A place where life has become a commodity and gold one of its few religions. The city has abandoned its yesterdays to survive today, and by doing so has given up on its tomorrows. Just as I needed the light, the city needs Seaborns. It needs their tenacious hold to life, and their absolute unconditional selflessness. But at the end of the day, it still means that everyone has to turn into monsters. People ostracize the other. Something that isn't like me. Something that feels alien to me. Something I don't know or understand. So that fear is natural. Because Seaborns are not human. But you just have to cross that threshold once. Miss Maris, do you believe the new nature of humanity to be evil? Humans are selfish, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Good things can come from selfishness, that's for sure. But the side effects have become simply unsustainable. Doctor, you've been at countless battlefields where Uro's Island has fought tooth and nail for the rights of the infected. But what came of it? Peace? No, it's the same. But still, we're all still getting better, little by little. I'm not trying to deride those small incremental steps and call them meaningless. Change takes time, and should it continue, I believe your efforts can become a beacon of light that will lead humanity toward a better, brighter future. But what about everyone who has sacrificed? Whether you're taking your time, taking those incremental steps. Every single day that incremental change is marred by unjust deaths. Some are enslaved for no other reason than their differences. So people live on in that despair that seems to have no end. I agree with what the light told me. People are diseased. They're so sick that even in the far-flung future, even on the day the world ends, they will continue to fail to look forward, obsessed with scrutinizing each other in search of those differences. Even when every Aegir returns to sea, they are still going to bully and hate anyone with pointed ears, labeling them Aegirs. Even when Oropathy is truly eradicated, people are still going to suspect and persecute someone as the infected. People are imperfect beings. You're right. There probably isn't anyone out there who can really sacrifice themselves for the sake of others, with nothing but perfect selflessness. But not when it comes to Seaborns. They don't suffer from all this absurdity, nor are they coerced to sacrifice against their will. They have the power to progress toward a better future built from mutual understanding. Because they're the kind of life form that seeks common ground instead of scrutinizing for differences. The bells. A strange-shaped form shimmers and materializes before Mares. I couldn't quite tell what it was, but it was round and it looked like a tool. It is possible that she had already met the conditions to effloresce. A possible explanation would be the absence of the particular pull required to draw it out of her, or the insufficiency of it. This isn't anything like the arts. What is happening in front of Miss Mares? Is our proximity to the dimensional door increasing the potency of influences coming over from the city? Precisely. The connection to fast returning to normal levels seems to indicate that. Wait, people in other words, Mares, also manifest ego? Internal conflict and anguish is a commonality among every intelligent entity, regardless of whether they are from the city or not. Therefore, yes, Faust is quite positive on this possibility as well. However, what does that mean? The potential to effloresce an ego implies the potential to distort as well. True. Yep. You've been dreaming for a long time, Mares, drawing your own picture of an idealized world. And you have chosen the ocean as the means to building a path toward that vision. Yet, why have you failed to take the leap of faith yourself? And to make preparations. Seaborns are beautiful, there's no doubt about it. It's just that a key piece was missing to really achieve what I want. You're not being honest with yourself. I know it very well that you were afraid of becoming one of them. The fear that your own creed might crumble, and you might lose your own sense of self, your ego. The fear that you might end up becoming nothing more than just another thing swept up by the ineffably overwhelming will. Isn't it terrifying? That this hope can just disappear in a blink? Who's she talking to? Is this something the Limbus company has experience with? If so, I'd appreciate an explanation. She's hearing that voice. When that singular faith that one had absolute confidence in breaks in one fell swoop and their ironclad will is shattered. People of the city have the potential to distort into a monstrous form at any time. It is said that these phenomena are often accompanied by the distorting individual hearing a disembodied voice. Indeed, those who distort would often behave as though they were engaged in a conversation. Of course, the same could be said for those who awaken ego. At first, I thought it was Kathy, but it wasn't her. The voice was beautiful, comforting, and even cozy. The kind of voice that pulls all deep contemplation to sleep, so calm and so warm. No, there is more to the sunshine than its warmth. The sunshine. You don't share your interests with the other devotees. Survival isn't what you care about. What you really care about is giving everyone a chance to experience what it feels like to live in a world of warmth. Ephemeral it may be. Right, we have to be about more than just prolonging our existences. What really matters isn't survival, it's what we leave behind for posterity. Our legacy. As long as there's a guarantee that the light can indeed protect a sense of self, it'll be more than enough to convince people to become Seaborns. Please, you don't have to concern yourself with what other people might think, Mares. But everyone has their own wishes. You can't just bulldoze over theirs to force mine upon them. But that's not what you really believe, is it? You know that better than anyone. While you hesitate, countless people who are bound to the inescapable brittle will continue to suffer. That might be true, but it's okay. You don't have to hide the shape of your heart, its colors. The only thing you have to concern yourself with is how you can lead the people of this city, and then Terra. Okay, we can't just sit here and let this happen. Operator suppositions. Operator's unable to approach. She's surrounded by a strange field doctor. Whenever someone would distort due to reasons other than the monolith, a strange pressure would prevent our approach, as though to stop us from interfering. Looks like that applies here too, all the way over in another world. Basically, so yeah. If it was the monolith that was causing this, well, Mercil could just go up and punch her. But it's not the monolith. There's no monolith here. Love is our collective destination, after all. So please, let go of this tool that might break your heart. Don't force yourself to walk past the thorns. Your pilgrimage needn't be that of suffering. No, You don't believe in any recourse, do you? Other than this, anyway. Don't you think we should find a better, faster path with less suffering? Before more people inevitably hurt each other with their ill intent. You're right. If there is no recourse, it has to happen faster. Can't waste any more time while people suffer. Follow your wishes. Follow your desires. And paint. Let's show them the painting of your world reflected in your eyes. Before the compassion they believe in becomes completely worthless. Yeah? I understand the shape of your heart. What makes you want to enter the city? But we still know so little about the Seaborns, about Terra, about Iberia. Whatever may have lit the fire under your feet. I can't bring you with us to the city as you are now. Even before the sinners had the chance to translate my words, Eris slowly turned in my direction as though she clearly understood my words. But I must, Dante. Your adventures were full of exhilarating tales. I saw kindness in every word and action of you and your friends. But that's not enough. Don't think they'll change? No, they will. In the far, far future. An incandescent brilliance burst forth from before Mares. Past that light, I saw the ocean. The calm sound of gently lapping, crashing waves. The immense golden brilliance. Portal. Where did it come from? Dungeon of the Fathoms. a gate that leads into one's heart. This periphery is where LCB department's speciality begins. Well, what lies beyond this periphery does not necessarily warrant Rhodes Island's presence. Can you guys help? I don't know what kind of fathoms I'm walking into, but I have a feeling that we're going to need your assistance. Dr. Calcit. We're only here to investigate the dimensional door, but I don't want us to turn our backs on people we can help. Rhodes Island accepts the Limbus Company's cooperation requests. I'll go too. You're still in Iberia. I can't let Iberian business be handled solely by outsiders, let alone an incident connected to the Church of the Deep. Don't worry, it's not like this is the first time we were letting someone not in our group into a dungeon of the Fathoms. We'll be fine. More sea terrors. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that sea terrors that were storming the lighthouse are coming this way as well. I'll call Scotty here. I'll be staying behind then. I will go with you, Doctor. Following mayors who had already disappeared into the portal, we take our steps into the utopian world beyond. Well, here we go. The Mirror Dungeon. Well, the Fathoms. The Pilgrimage of Compassion. Let's go!
개체 유형 확인.
News of the war is getting grimmer by the day. The sea terrors are coming, swarming. This is the day when this ocean-born calamity broke and sunk Ager's seemingly infinite starward growth. Aren't you going to the surface, Mares? More and more people have been getting too anxious to stay in Ager. I'm not. If Ager falls, it only means that the surface is soon to follow. Why? Think you'll head to the surface too? Think about it. Well, there weren't that many. People around me began to leave for the surface. I considered some of them to be close acquaintances. They all tried to convince me to leave with them. But fleeing my home in favor of the land didn't feel right. The foretold calamity descended. It dealt a heavy blow to Ager, but the surface suffered much worse. I had to help them. How could I not, after hearing that such a terrible thing has happened? I think I'll head to the surface. Seriously, the surface? Think hard about it before you go. You leave now, coming back might no longer be an option. Every day must be a struggle for them. At least, I don't have to fear for the immediate tomorrow. So it's my responsibility to provide help as someone who is better off than them, even by a little.
발목 잡지 않도록 최선을 다할게요.
When was I muted?
敵が来ます皆さん戦闘の準備を
This one, right?
대체어가 진행하겠습니다.
격발.
効果的な攻撃でした敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました
걷잡을 수 없이 타올라라. 대체
ドクター
소각되었습니다.
のように優れた式ですね
괜히 저항하지 말고 받아들여. 그게
敵
덜
は
아플
深手を負っています
완벽한 한 발을 위해
끝내 전소하리.
괜찮아. 이젠 안 아플 거야. 소각되었습니다. 이 결정.
안심해라. 고통은 없어.
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした敵は深手を負っています
대체어가 진행하겠습니다.
낙인을 새겨드리죠.
이 결정. 괜찮아. 본인의 승리일세. 본인의 승리일세.
고통은 없어.
Come across a cavern full of sunken ship remnants and golden treasures that have washed up inside. There are all kinds of unfamiliar sculptures and twinkling golden coins. There's a whole pile of treasures here. Hey, the records here say that this used to be a ship that sailed all across Sarah. It must be a ship built for conquest, built during the Golden Age of Iberia. Look, it says here that this is a golden chalice made in Sargon. Combine an armada of tall, proud sails, unparalleled technological innovation, and a certain king's greeting. You get this? It's the kind of glory that we can barely hope to retrieve now. These items would be extremely valuable outside, but none of them seem very helpful for the situation at hand. Should we continue to look just in case? Keep looking. Go, Don Quixote! Yeah, dang Don Quixote!
녹으면 안 됐나?
움직이는 먹인자. 재밌겠군.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に
언제까지
嬉しいで
버티나
す
보자고.
이 결정.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました
괜히 저항하지 말고 받아들여. 그게 덜 아플걸?
격발.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね 効果的な攻撃でした
낙인을 새겨드리죠.
걷잡을 수 없이 타올라라.
敵
이번에
は深手
말로
を負っています
이 싸움을 끝내주겠어.
어,
과격검. 잡지. 전부 불타버렸나?
괜찮아. 이젠 안 아플 거야.
敵は深手を負っています
완벽한 한 발을 위해
끝내. 전소하리.
마무리. 해체. 소각되었습니다.
囚人の皆さんの状態を確認する必要がありそうです管理人
과격검.
일발장전.
해체. 소각되었습니다.
남길 말은 없겠지. 전부 불타버렸나? 흐드러지게.
본인의 승리일세.
망설이면 나아갈 수 없어.
敵は深手を負っています
여전히 무섭고 겁이 나. 그럼에도 멈추고 싶지 않아. 망설이죠. 망설이면 나아갈 수 없어.
敵は深手を負っています
여전히 무섭고 겁이 나. 그럼에도 멈추고 싶지 않아.
격발. 안심해라.
これがリンバスカンパニーの戦闘私もまた一つ学ばせていただきました
여전히 무섭고 겁이 나. 그럼에도 멈추고 싶지 않아. 이 격정 속에서 타올라라. 전부 불타버렸나?
탄피가 떨어질 때군요.
敵が来ます皆さん戦闘の準備を
조여목구를 달고 볼까?
일발장전. 적중.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
パラジ같은
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。
끝내 전소하리.
効果的な攻撃でした。
걷잡을 수 없이 타올라라.
敵は
이번에야말로
深手を負っています。
이 싸움을 끝내주겠어.
과격검.
격발.
이 격정 속에서 타올라라.
형태 붕괴 확인.
타오르시게.
囚人の皆さんの状態を確認する必要がありそうです。管理人。
과격검.
공인의 승리.
サンタさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
안심해라. 고통은 없어.
敵は深手を負っています。
여전히 무섭고 겁이 나. 그럼에도 멈추고 싶지 않아.
남길 말은 없겠지.
Bruh.
여기까지 쏜 이상 돌아갈 수 없는 거다. 방아쇠를 당겨 도착할 곳이야. 지옥뿐이라 해.
Bruh.
패하겠군요.
囚人が退却できませんでした。あ、ダンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
이
순식간에 끝내죠. 보냈고.
망설이면 나아갈 수 없어.
敵は深手を追ってい
Oh,
ま
come on.
조여목구를 달고 볼까? 이 결투! 괜히 저항하지 말고 받아들여. 그게 덜 아플걸?
모든 슬픔과 눈물을 끌어모아 대신 울어드릴 수 있다면.
괜찮아.
す敵は深手を追っています
Come on, man.
순식간에 끝내죠.
끝내 타오르시게.
Bruh. Dude. Thank you.
매달고 불태우거라. 끝끝내 뼈 조각 하나 남지 않도록.
これがリンバスカンパニーの戦闘。私もまた一つ学ばせていただきました。
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
Okay. There.
これが必要な戦いであれば。
순식간에 끝내죠.
일발
効果的
장전.
な方法が
안심해라. 고통은 없어.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
완벽한 한 발을 위해. 격발. 안심해라. 고통은 없어.
Mission accomplished.
There we go. Fine. I don't care. At the center of what appears to be an arc symbolizing the city. At the center of that brilliant golden light must be Mares. Let's take a quick break here. Are you alright, Doctor? You just need to take a quick breather. You should be probably work on your cardio, or Miss Simon might have to piggyback you around. Oh well, once we get back, I'll start working out like Calcit suggested. Executive manager, if it ever comes to it, you may trust me with the piggybacking. I'm good. Perhaps being in close proximity to Mayor's vision of Utopia and the Center of the Light did something. Seaborns near us only gave us a passing glance without attacking us. Something about the way they looked at us felt like they were concerned about us. The Sinners couldn't help but look away with a funny feeling. Feel of sorrow or regret. Maybe these feelings are denials for all those times we spent agonizing over this. Can we really bring back Miss Mayors? You'll help her return. That's what we were here to do, after all. Alright, let's rest up for a bit before moving on. Ah! I was a little worried about that. Alright. Okay, so you and you. Which of course means you, and you.
발목 잡지 않도록 최선을 다할게요.
Mayor's despair, the repulsiveness of people's ill intent, and the faint hope from the light found within. All kinds of emotions and memories rise to the surface of Amiya's fathoms, then sink again. Those same thoughts seep into me as well, unfiltered. The sins that people have committed won't just go away. Humanity's ill intent will propagate unimpeded too, but the tides that Miss Mayor's is trying to summon to douse it will devour humanity, their civilization, and the city they came from. So I don't think that's the right way to go. Not as long as Sate and the people of Limbus Company refuse. This isn't like the time I retrieved the ego. In place of the light, a speck of darkness casts a shadow. As reach out into the darkness, a strange power courses through me. A strange power courses through me before radiating towards the sinners. Gain emotional connection for the duration of this encounter.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
마무리! ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした。リンバスカンパニーの皆さんに
Oh no!
本当に嬉しいです。
Yeah, that seems right. Okay.
조여목구를 달고 볼까?
한 점만
Oh, that could have been, oh, well, whatever. Good enough. 30 is pretty good.
잡을 수 없이 타올라라 해체. 소금
Ah,
敵を
good.
破壊して大きな打撃を与えました。
격발 적중.
Ah, good.
効果的な攻撃でした。
흐릿한 등화 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식토의 한해 용이 되어 빈 벼루에
There we go.
ドクタ
남았구나.
ーのように優れた式ですね。エリ
이번엔
ートオペレーター並みの腕前
이
です。
싸움을 끝내주겠어.
Oppress. Oppress. Struggle. Gregor.
해체어가 진행하겠습니다.
There we go.
아득한 야정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아.
I figured they do pretty good against in this fight.
깔끔한 헤드샷. 머리통에 작살났다고.
Oh, you son of a... Oh well.
흐릿한 등화 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식토의 한해
Sheesh!
빈 벼루에
こ
남았구나.
れがリンバスカンパニーの戦闘。私も
And this is just preparing.
いただきました。エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
Oh.
여전히 무섭고 겁이 나. 그럼에도 멈추고 싶지 않아.
흐릿한 등화 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 하늘
야!
빈 벼루에
多
남았구나.
数討伐確認。
아득한 여정, 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
어? 하! 하!
빗바래지 않을 테니.
敵は深手を追っています。
There we go, good enough.
버티나 보자고.
좋아, 신탄하구만.
동은 읽어줄까?
Shiva, no!
상처는 찢었으니까.
아득한 여정, 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
흐릿한 등화 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 하늘 용이
I did
되어
less damage than
빈
usual.
벼루에 남았구나.
「このまま行けば敵を食い止められます」
해체 어각 진행하겠습니다.
이 격정 속에서 타올라라. 이래선 걱정만 끼치게 되는 꼴인데.
일발장장 작중.
のまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
Okay. Struggling, what the fuck? Oh, dominating, let's go! Okay. Press.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
본인의 승리일세.
There we go.
흐릿한 등화 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 한획 용이 되어 빈 벼루에 나왔구나.
You've aged a lot since the last time we met, Fabi. Is this a characteristic of your sub-race? You haven't aged a day. So, what brings you to the Church of the Deep? Seaboards are indispensable in our preparation for the impending doom. Nothing else can ensure the survival of humanity. Thus, it would only be right for me to join hands with those who are able and willing to become seaboards, to search for a way to prolong our existences. We're looking to use the knowledge of the wise and the talented as nourishment for seaborns. That won't do anything more than prolong our existences. But is survival alone not enough? I thought a bishop of the church would share a majority of that belief with me. Fabi, you and I both have put our faith in the Seaborns, but the word faith might mean something different for you than it does for me. Seaborns shouldn't be our object of worship. We have to stand on equal ground as them, and set our eyes on their natures. Please, step aside. Desperation, sadness, sympathy. Mayor's emotions gush upward, carried by bubbles. Terra, a land in which the hatred for the different has entrenched itself. The city, a place in which people, crushed by the trials of life, have surrendered to its absurdities. They both need the Seaborns, perfected beneath the light. That is but your wish, Mayors. Miss Mayors, Faust does not believe them to be the necessary elements for the city. Even in the city, there are people who are searching for reasons to live on, dreaming of a better world. We all know that it can't possibly be easy to change, but there has to be some kind of value, in that process alone, in the lives we lead within the city. What worth could there be to a life of the unkind? The kind of life humanity is doomed to exist in, where all we ever do is hurt and hate one another. Listen, efficient order, natural altruism, they're both the virtues humanity should never lose sight of. But there's no such thing as absolutes when it comes to the value of life. Survival is the right of all civilization, which means that it should never be up to others to define what the worth of life, to argue for it. But what if there's no other way? Can you even understand what I'm saying? Some time had passed since I made Faro Muerto my home. Unlike my prediction, the Seaborn's evolution seemed to have lost its explosive progress, and Fabius seemed to be content just observing their slow development. Maybe it's because they're directionless, without a specific wish. Even still, Seaborns were the key to changing Terra, the land. To stand against the incoming calamity, we needed their survivability and adaptability. And the humanity that has turned exhaustion into ill intent ill intent needed the Seaborn's blind, selfless altruism toward their own. So while I never stopped my studies, something small but sharp continued to stab at my frustrated heart. Stultified and unable to be resolved, we were to lose even our sense of selves and creed, assimilated into this stagnated great will. For the sake of survival, civilization had to be no more. For the sake of us, I had to be no more. The realization of that paradox made the first crack in my confidence that Seaborns were the answer to the problem Iberia, land, and humanity faced, and through the cracks the seeds of doubt were sown. But I'd already come too far to find a path more beautiful than the Seaborns. No more wasting time with these stupid ruminations. There has to be a way. Some kind of condition Seaborns need to fulfill to retain their sense of selves, to retain their individual hopes and wishes. I stood adrift atop the inundation of years I had dedicated to this purpose, holding on to this precious hope, and sealed my shaking heart. And that was the easy part. There are no better solutions. Don't look away from the answer that lies right in front of me. All I need to do is to find a way for Seaborns to hope and wish, to have them each carry a sense of self. I just had to repeat that to myself, like a mantra, again and again. But my drifting days came to an end when I found a new path, illuminated by the strange light from across the sea. On that day, yes, that day when that faint blue light shone, a whisper visited me. Who's there? Whose voice is... What? The answer, sought through the eons by people I didn't recognize, played over and over in my ears. The voice that spoke it was muffled by warm and beautiful. Was muffled, but warm and beautiful. The light of the city. The hearts that were lost, the emotions were forgotten, the sense of self that... No, that's enough of that. But I'd like to hear more about the light. The light that has sprouted from the 10 virtues. And the image those words drew in my mind was clearer and more beautiful than ever. Terra, the city, they both failed to find a way out of this riddle. If they're going to be satisfied with living on as they are, then you can't change what you see by standing still. If you want to bring about a better world, then even if you may be lost in the ideals, you have to keep walking. Survival, worth of life. As I've never been too certain about either of those complicated ideas, I had no unflinching creed with which to convince her. That's not to say that the city has no need of the altruistic nature Mares wants to bring there. That's not to say that I have a better answer than the combination of Seaborns and the light. Even still, the emotions, the regrets, the conversations I found and collected over this journey alongside the sinners become my answer, and I took on. Honestly, I don't really know the city all that well either. My memory only goes back a year, and for what is practically my entire existence, I've been surrounded by the sinners and our adventure. Still, we want to keep trying. You're right, the city is an absurd, vicious place. Something new and horrible surprises me every other day, but, Mares, that light you spoke of, I don't think that's what protects the ego, the sense of self. To protect it, you have to first look unflinchingly both ways. The path that lies ahead and the one that you walked. Then you confront them both. That can't be right. The light, it has to... You're just working based on what you heard about the city and the light. Ain't that right? How can you be so confident that the light will be able to protect the Seaborn's sense of selves? Ain't that just what you want to believe? I think it's a distinct possibility. Even if the light can do what you hope it does, Mares, it won't change anything. Turning our natures kind by transforming us into Seaborns. A convenient method like that isn't our path, because the sense of self protected like that, the kind nature attained like that, wouldn't be our own, it'd be yours, Mares. Protecting your own sense of self while being compassionate and kind, it's a path of unbearable suffering. We might fail some days, despite our best efforts. Some days we'll be forced to confront the sins of our past and suffer. Verily, not one of us, as we are now, may see the culmination of that path. Yet, I can hardly find it within myself to simply leave it with all in thy hands, without so much as trying. You're saying that Seaborns can't be the answer I've always sought. Doesn't make much sense if you think about it, mares. Those sea monsters don't even know what self means. That's why they show no hesitation before sacrifice. If you were to introduce the sense of self to those sea monsters, that selflessness you want will be no more. He's a seaborn-shaped distortion who is not a seaborn, and endlessly anguished, contemplating distortion. If Mare's wish is to achieve an altruistic world, then her desire has to be that she doesn't want her efforts to become meaningless. Seaborns may be the perfect answer for some people. A recent example, Fabius. It seems clear to me that that was precisely his wish, but that doesn't seem to align with yours. Find a new answer, Miss Mares. You're telling me I have to go back to wandering for so much time again, in search of that new answer? You won't be alone on that path. Walk it together, relying on one another, and it won't feel as long. Trying to carry such a heavy burden all by yourself, Miss Mares, it's such a prideful thing to do.
タンテさん、なんだかただならぬ気配を感じます。
Ish. Ish. Oppress. Oh no. There we go. Not good enough.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
Alright.
정의보다도 푸른 자여, 사랑보다 붉은 자여, 운명 속에 파묻힌 그대의 이름을 걸고 여기서 빛을 맹세한다. 우리 앞을 막는 증오스러운 존재들에게 나와 그대의 힘을 합쳐 위대한 사랑의 힘을 보여줄 것을! 아르카나 슬레이터!
여기까지 쏜 이상 돌아갈 수 없는 거다. 방아쇠를 당겨 도착할 곳이 지옥뿐이라 해도.
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은 빛바래지 않을 테니
아득한 여정, 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
그 삶의 마침표를.
Oh man. Oh,
이래서
oh, ditch.
함께 싸울 수 있을 거라.
Tides carry away the windows to Mare's past, soon devouring them beyond vision. It's almost as if Mare's in the dungeon of the Fathoms, so the ocean itself is fusing into one. The majority of distortions encountered by the bus team have been assumed to form generally recognized as an organic entity. However, there's nothing preventing a distortion's form from breaking that boundary and taking a different shape, as it may vary by the individual's desires. Preferred distortion is allowed to exacerbate undeterred, may eventually corrode this very space in which we stand. As we were taking some time to catch our breaths, a few small machines tumbled to the ground, shot from one of the trembling fathoms. It must be one of those mysterious machines in Mare's home we saw when we peered into her memories. The machines continued to whir loudly as though the waves broke them. We saw that there were various apparatus attached to the sockets on their sides. Expensive they appear, yet how numerous they are. Well, you know, maybe she's similar to one of those fixer fellows who are always hell-bent on picking up every new cutting-edge workshop tech. Huh, it says a little handy down here. Sounds an oddly similar structure to the Hand of the Saints the Inquisitor brought. And just this fantastically wonderful machine be of assistance in our battles. Rose Island already seems to have their hands full of holding the line against the Tidal Sea Terrors. We should probably take just one and leave the rest to help them out. After a quick discussion with the sinners, we decided to take just one of the machines.
단번에 끝낸다.
정의보다도 풍자여, 사랑보다 불 운명 속에 파묻힌 그대의 이름을 걸고 여기서 빛의 우리 앞을 막는 증오스러운 나와 그대의 힘을 합쳐 위대한 아르카나 슬레이어!
Oh yeah.
격발.
That's a lot of shield.
매달고 불태우거라.
Please tell me I can get all that shield to be taken care of.
복을 구하고 싶다면 정성을 들여 빌어보시오. 흐릿한 등화, 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 한해 용이 되어 빈 벼로에 남았구나.
Oh, Gregor! Oh, Gregor! Why you had to screw up? Oh well.
아득한 여정, 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
How to get through that? Shield! Oh no. Gregor! Oh, oh.
皆さん、
Okay.
戦闘の準備を。
Ah! Okay. Up press. Up press. Up press. Up press. Oh no. Up press. Oh no. Oh no. Up press. You can do it!
진행하겠습니다.
No, you can't. That's why everyone else can. I put on defense.
얕본 건 저였나 보군요. 더 배우지 못하고 갈 것이 그저 목만 하고
좋아. 囚人が死亡。どうすれば。
순식간에 끝내죠.
무불아위.
웃기지 마. 아직 끝난 게 아니야.
囚人が死亡。どうすれば。
That's why I did that.
동부쉔크 3과 돈키호테.
Hmm.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
Gregor, get that started. You get that started as well. And you get that started as well.
타겟 포착 1시 방향. 흐릿한 등화. 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌습니다.
Start off strong.
식구의 한 해.
Oh, strong as can be can be done.
とても効果的でした。
마무리.
한 점만 노린다.
And I didn't mean that strong. Oh well. That was a waste.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
1 damage. From all that.
눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지 마라.
낙인을 새겨드리죠. 자!
What?
대체 어감 진행하겠습니다.
Not good.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
집중.
형태 붕괴 확인.
흐릿한 등화 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 하늘
効果的な攻撃でした。
빈 별을 남았구나.
敵は
이번에야말로
深手を負っています。
이 싸움을 끝내주겠어.
조여목구를 달궈볼까?
아득한 여정, 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
덕터のような優れた式ですね。
이 검은 빗바래지 않을 테니.
適した攻撃でなくても最善の選択だったはずです。
본인의 승리일세.
흐릿한 등화 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 하늘 용이 되어 빈 벼로에 남았구나.
일발장장.
敵は深手を負っています。
Oppress. Damne. Dragon. No.
여전히 무섭고 겁이 나. 그럼에도 멈추고 싶지 않아.
좋아, 깔끔한 헤드샷. 머리통에 작살났다고.
흐릿한 등화 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 하늘 용이 되어 빈 벼로에 남았구나.
Oh, god dang it, Faust! Oh, this is gonna be a bit of an annoying one. Oh my god. This is
벌써
really going to be an
화끈하네.
annoying one. Of course it is.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
조여목구를 달궈볼까?
Okay.
敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
There we go.
조여목구를 달궈볼까?
Inflict as much burn then as possible. Do this the status thing instead of, you know, trying to do the ego route.
이 결투!
That hasn't probably done much for me so far. Okay.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
낙인을 새겨드리죠. 자!
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
Lord.
타겟 포착 1시 방향. 움직임이 어설퍼요.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
싸움을 끝내주겠어.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
부탁한다.
여긴 맡겨주세요.
마무리.
안심해라. 고통은 없어.
망설이면 나아갈 수 없어.
걷잡을 수 없이
타올라라. エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
해체 어각 진행하겠습니다.
이 결투
Oi, oh, why? 헝글루.
이래선 걱정만 끼치게 되는 꼴인데.
敵は深手を負っています。
타겟 포착 1시 방향. 흐릿한 등화 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 하늘 용이 되어 빈 벼루에
効果
남았구나.
的な攻撃でした。
Gregor!
囚人に致命傷を確認。至急対処お願いします。敵に変化が見られます。
Both of you, back of the order.
개체 유형 확인.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
걷잡을 수 없이
완벽한 한 발을 위해
타올라라.
Inflict as much burn as I can.
끝내 전수하리.
림버스 컴퍼니の皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Okay.
당신의 판단을 따를게요.
격발.
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした。敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。エリー
이번엔
トオペレーター並みの腕前です。
싸움을 끝내주겠어. 여전히 무섭고 겁이 나. 그럼에도 멈추고 싶지 않아.
2 敵は深手を負っています。
Okay. Don't worry about this for sure.
대체 어각 진행하겠습니다.
I hate this one, man.
해체 소각되었습니다.
I hate this fight.
이 격정 속에서 타올라라.
Good. Inflict more burn. More burn. More burn. Yes.
敵は深手を負っています。
More burn. More burn.
언제까지 버티나 보자고. 버러지 같은
効果的な攻撃でした。
이 결투
これがリンバスカンパニーの戦闘。私もまた一つ学ばせていただきました。エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
조여 목구를 달궈 볼까?
Wait, that's gonna be,
아른거림은
Lenuk. Right. That should have been used on, I mean, that did apply more burn. I guess it's fine then.
없겠지.
囚人に致命傷を確認。至急対処お願いします。これも作戦の一環。リンバスカンパニーの戦い方。
순식간에 끝내죠.
괜찮아. 상처는 찢었으니까.
매달고 불태우거라. 끝끝내 뼈 조각 하나 남지 않도록. 당신을 인도해주진 못해도 따뜻하게 안아줄 수는 있어요.
敵を食い止められます。
이
당신의 판단을 따를게요.
이 결투
복을 구하고 싶다면 정성을 들여 빌어보시오.
당신을 인도해주진 못해도 따뜻하게 안아줄 수는 있어요.
이스마일!
매달고 불태우거라. 끝끝내 뼈 조각 하나 남지 않도록.
mother.
敵が優勢です。状況を今一度把握し直さなければ。
완벽한 한 발을 위해
마무리. 한수 배워.
흐드러지게.
囚人が死亡。どうすれば。
과격검. 이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
Oh lord, I might have to do this again. All the fucking dungeon again.
매달고 불태우거라. 끝끝내 뼈 조각 하나 남지 않도록.
That's with a different sadist scene.
불타버렸나? 정지. 벗어날 수 없다.
엘리트オペレーターの身の腕前です。
순식간에 끝내자.
여기까지 쏜 이상 돌아갈 수 없는 거다. 방아쇠를 당겨 도착한
오케이.
곳이 지옥뿐이라 해도
아.
探偵さん、なんだかただならぬ気配を感じます。
No.
한 발을 위해
Come on. Well, she was gonna die anyway.
이것으로 끝이 아닐 테지.
복을 구하고 싶다면 정성을 들여 빌어보시오.
내 팔은 뼈에 있었어.
And he said anyway as well.
벌써 만나러 가는군.
Really?
잿더미에 깔리는 게 내가 될 줄은.
이 감정이
수진가 15
내게 지울 수 없는 낙인이라면 차라리 이 슬픔과 함께 일어서겠어.
순식간에 끝내죠.
Let's go.
무불아위.
Why so much shield though?
이래서 이 길로 나아가는 게 아니었을지도. 모든 무상무정 시선해봐야 부질없다 해도 기꺼이 저 풍진 세상으로
끝내 전수하리.
당신을 인도해주지 못해도 따뜻하게 안아줄 수는 있어요.
Oh my god!
우육면 먹고 싶네.
정치 벗어날 수 없다.
더 배우지 못하고 간 것이
囚人が退却できませんでした。
못마땅.
ダンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
조심.
Okay.
1번. 차.
Let's try this.
이
Let's try to keep
구속은 나의
going.
능력을 저지하기엔
As long as it takes.
턱없이 모자라지.
그 삶의 마침표를
As long as I can go. Before I have to retry again.
囚人が死亡。どうすれば。
움직이지 않는 남 토막으로 무리한다.
I fucking hate this boss, man.
아직까지도 저의 총구에는 까닭 모를 망설임이 남아있었나 봅니다.
Bleed time. Okay.
내 명을 들은 시비수 결집이다.
어떤 조직 놈들인지 면면 좀 볼까?
There we go. That's what I'll do then.
敵が来ます。皆さん、
갑니다.
戦闘の準備を。
Alright.
꿰뚫려라. 슛!
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
목이 피었잖아. 다음 놈 나와.
効果的な攻撃でした。
합격장.
ドクターの優れた好きですね。 추잡하네. 囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
전부 쳐죽여.
이 정도로 몸을 만들 기원을 갖춘 따뜻한 그대로 무너져
多数討伐確認。
Alright.
敵は風を追っています。
그 승리로 이끌 떨거지는 잘라낸다.
필은
아류 산촉
술을 마실 걸?
찢겨라. 이 정도로 나와 검을 만든 흐르는 피로군. 꿰뚫리고 기대해라.
Okay.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕
Oh
前。
yeah, I think I'll be fine now. Okay.
뒤는 내가 봐주지.
If they're sweeping the floor with these guys, I think I'll be fine. I think they'll be fine this time. Alright. Jesus.
이런 건 이발사나 신부에게 시켜.
Good.
카니발 타임.
Alright. Onwards.
敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
나가서 싸워.
인간.
뒤는 내가 봐주지.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
자, 꿰뚫리고.
Alright.
40. 먹칠.
効果的な攻撃でした。
여기 비었잖아.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。
합격장.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
떨거지는 잘라낸다. 뚫리고 기대해라. 실밥이 터졌나? 저런 배인 줄도 몰랐나.
속을 마실걸? 다음 놈 나와!
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
가족을 위해 나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지. 꿰뚫려라. 슛!
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다!
비뚤어졌구려.
기원을 갖지는 없고 그대로 무너져. 이 정도로 나와 공을 맞대?
다음 놈 나와!
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
갑니다. 꿰뚫리고
예쁘네. 네 피분수.
실밥이 터졌나?
필은
자.
속을 마실걸?
이제야 완성되었나?
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
승리로 이끌겠다. 갑니다. 아류 산초 경혈 60 찢겨라.
敵は深手を負っています。
갑니다. 꿰뚫려라. 슛! 쏟아내라.
다음 놈 나와!
There we go.
닥쳐라, 해파. 누굴 팰진 내가 정한다.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
속을 마실걸?
敵に対して 大きな打撃を与えました。効果的な攻撃でした。ドクターのように優れた指揮ですね。
이 또한 용서할 테니.
따뜻한
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
갑니다.
목이 비었잖아.
실밥이 터졌나? 엎드리도록.
No.
추잡하네.敵は深手を負っています。
점 찍었네.
실밥이 터졌나? 꿰뚫려라!
예쁘네. 네 피분수.
다음 놈 나와.
敵
너희의
は
모두
深手を負っています。
이 혈투를 승리로 이끌겠다. 떨거지는 잘라낸다.
I forgot this one takes a friggin' while.
아류 산초 경혈 60 찢겨라.
비뚤어졌구려.
흙을 마실 걸?
40. 저런 배인 줄도 몰랐나.
この
너희의
ままいけば敵を食い止められます。
승리로 이끌겠다.
고귀하게.
아류 산초 경혈 60 찢겨라.
영원히 잠들어라.
기대해라. 이 정도로 나와 공을 맞대?
다음 놈 나와.
Okay.
敵は深手を負っています。
Okay, that's the last of them then. Good. It goes there then.
떨거지는 잘라낸다. 실밥이 터졌나? 따뜻한 피.
보네. 네 피분수. このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
승리로 이끌겠다.
전부 쳐죽여!
아류 산초 경열 60 찢겨라.
안내해야 할
Son of a.
이제야
완성되었나?
다음 놈 나와!
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
혈투를 승리로 이끌겠다. 갑니다. 슛! 아류 산초 경열 80 꿰뚫리고
목이 피었잖아!
適した攻撃でなくとも最善の選択だったはずです。味方が優勢です。今こそ勝機をつかむ時です。
그쪽도 죄인인가? 피를
따뜻한 피 쏟아내라.
There we go. Go this way. Good.
지킬 사람이 없어서
Ah, good. Okay, let's go.
부디
Let's try this again, and based on the based on everything, I should be. This should go just fine compared to before.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
There.
그저 하염없이 모든 피를 먹고 그래 그렇게 황홀히 피어나고 피어나고 피어나라. 아름다운 춤을 추는 건 나뿐이어야 해. 그러니 네 발목을 잘라버리면
피는
승리를 위해서라면
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
사격장.
Okay.
敵の調子が悪くなっているみたいです。
Okay.
뭐 처지게!
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
자!
Done!
이 또한 용서할 테니.
敵は深手を負っています。
Okay. Okay.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지. 사십. 먹지.
効果的な攻撃でした。
꿰뚫려라. 슛!
감내해야 할 고통.
이 식구를 건드렸겠다! 자!
敵は深手を負っています。
이 혈투를 승리로 이끌겠다. 갑니다. 슛! 아류산 초평열 80. 갈라지도 쏟아내라.
これがリンバスカンパニーの戦
Son of a bitch.
また一つ学ばせていただきました。
기대해라.
목이 비었잖아!
이 정도로 나와 겁을 났대?
이제야 완성되었나?
敵は深手を負っています。
Okay. There we go. Okay. There we go.
점 찍었네.
Okay.
비뚤어졌구려.
승리를 위해 살아.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。
비록
Cool.
당신을 인도해주지 못해도 따뜻하게 안아줄 수는 있어요.
As long as it was broken, it's fine. No matter how much damage she did.
このまま行けば
Okay.
敵を食い止められます。
Okay, doing much better. Yeah. Hopeless. Lord. Dominating. Favor. Neutral. Neutral. Dominating. 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 There we go.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
What the fuck?
눈앞의 만찬에 집중해.
Bro!
確認。至急対処お願いします。
아름다운 춤을 추는 건 나뿐이어야 해. 그러니 네 발목을 잘라버리면
하나뿐인 자매요. 남은
Why?
승리를 위해서라면
저런 배인 줄도 몰랐네.
흙을 마실걸?
이제야 완성되었나?
囚人が退却できませんでした。あ、ダンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
떨거지는 잘라낸다. 승리를 위해서라면.
多数討伐確認。
Hold on! At least someone did something good.
당신을 인도해주진 못해도 따뜻하게 안아줄 수는 있어요.
Although it did still do a lot of fucking damage.
敵が優勢です。状況を今一度把握し直さなければ。
Oh my fucking god!
그쪽도 죄인인가? 이 또한 용서할 테니.
마침내 끝나는 걸까? 슈진가 死亡。どうすれば。
전부 쳐죽여! 흙을 마실걸?
Okay. Fucking finally next phase. With plenty, yeah, I
ただならぬ気
assume.
配を感じます。
Good enough.
딱 떼도.
주인께서 명하셨습니다. 당신을 청소하라고.
Son of a fucker. Oh my god!
가면은 쉬운 채로 죽여.
나도 하니까 닥쳐라. 놈들이 감기고
될 만큼은 배웠으니까 뒤는 맡긴다.
Ah. Such bullshit. Press. Bugger move on.
멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
피로부터 피어오는 아름다운 꽃이 난 기꺼이 그대를 취하리라. 내 팔은 뼈에 있었어.
당신도 꽂혀보세요. 누군가에게 저주받는 기분이 어떤 것인지.
주인께서 명하셨습니다. 당신을 청소하라고.
모험하군.
I try.
복을 구하고 싶다면 정성을 들여 빌어보시오.
これも作戦の一環。リンバスカンパニーの戦い方。
fucking hate this, man. Ah. I'm a little tired. Too tired for this, I think. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Alright. I think I've tried enough for one night. Because I've been at that mirror dungeon for 2 hours now. I think 2 hours now. So I'm just a little tired of trying. So I'll be see y'all next time then. Goodbye.